And I mean, even Takahashi has his own quote of saying like he didn't feel like the game was coming together the way he liked until Mitsuda's music was inserted.
The soundtrack.
And then it was like, oh, there it is. There it is.
Yeah.
There's the spirit. There's where I'm going for. There's the essence of it. I feel that now. So I would probably pick music, at least to a certain degree, but also just ambition and scale. Like if there's just a rabbit hole that you just feel like you have to dive into.
And
it's not until you do that you really appreciate Xenogears. It's not until you realize the 15,000 year time scale and all of the stuff it's referencing, and you really explore all of that you can actually understand it and really get the fullness out of the game.
Something tells me that there are still hidden things in there that are references and things supposed to be there that even the fan community has not yet, found all of.
Yeah. So, Pat Holloman and I are back. Last week, we left off before we could get through all of the topics we were hoping to discuss. Pat had a few in particular that he had done some research for, so let's not put that to waste. Right? There's also a few pretty good topic suggestions and questions from Patreon and YouTube that we didn't get to. So I'm going to try and do that, and then I'll just cut this in to the other video when we're done. So, why don't we lead off with you just pick one of the topics you had wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I think the big one is the comparison between, because Xenogears makes comparisons. Like it's not, I think the most interesting thing about Xenogears is that it doesn't just like have Gnosticism and have Kabbalah and have psychology in it. It makes a comparison between those things and comes up with something meaningful. And it comes up with the meaning that, all of these systems, Gnosticism, Kabbalah, Freudian psychology, and Jungian psychology are about becoming whole in different ways. And so it just makes this, unpleasant comparisons. Like these are different ways that people are trying to become whole. And many of the characters in the game reflect that. So we covered, in the last session, the similarities between Gnosticism and the monad of Plutinos, and how that's very similar to quantum mechanics, which is how the wave existence explains himself. So that's just a really cool comparison that, comparing this really ancient idea of the monad, this ancient Greek idea, to, the problem, sort of those, the Schrödinger problem, right? Which is that you can't actually observe a quantum phenomenon. You can only observe a state that it assumes when you are in the middle of observing it. And that's just really cool. So it's like, hey, ancient idea, modern idea, comparison there, and then that also means something to Faye. But the other sort of through line is the commonalities between Freud and Jung and Kabbalah. So Zohar, which is the Zohar modifier, the computer that powers everything, sort of the battery of Deus, has absorbed God. Essentially, is a part of God, which it's sort of ambiguous how much of God, if there's more of him or not. But it's got this wave existence inside of it, and but the word Zohar is a title of a book. You've talked about this on your podcast a few times, but it's the name of a book by a Jewish mystic living in Andalusia in Spain in I think the 1200s, and he just had this mystical revelation. He started writing down this book, which is really forms a commentary on the Torah, mostly Genesis. But he just talks about these mystical ideas about like the radiance of God came out and created the universe, which is actually how the wave existence describes what he did, although what he did was accidental. Just emanations from his dimension created the three-dimensional world that Faye and Ellie inhabit. So there's a similarity there. And then and a similarity to Gnosticism too. But also the Zohar talks a lot about how, and this is kind of radical actually for Jewish thought at the time, how men and women were one soul, and that they only split when they reach the realm of creation. When they're descending from God's throne, they split into two, and they're not whole. And only by men and women coming together can they be whole again. And that's what you see with Faye and Ellie, right? And Ellie explicitly talks about this. She says that she only feels complete when she's in the arms of the man she loves, which is, not what you would ordinarily expect this incredibly empowered woman to say, but, she makes no apologies when she becomes Sophia.
Yeah, that's kind of the symbol of Nisan as well, right?
The one-winged angels. It's not like just a Sephiroth cool thing. It means something, right? They have to help each other, and the masculine and feminine helping each other. And of course, there's the yin and yang. I'm sure that as someone living in Japan, the Takahashi was not ignorant of Confucius and the Tao and everything. But so there's this sort of revolutionary idea in this mystical document that really elevates the position of women relative to some of the ways that they were treated in ancient times. Jewish women, if you read history, the Jewish women were never docile playthings of their men. That would be. I don't know if you've ever met any Jewish women, but they're not like that. There's this archetype in the Old Testament called the woman of valor, and that's something that is taught a lot in Hebrew legends, which is like that. At times there have been women who have been very brave who kick a lot of ass, and so it's not like saying that this was a totally patriarchal culture, but it was certainly saying that men and women are equal and need each other and can only be complete together. Well, that does, that is born out of the Bible and the creation story. God says, man shouldn't be alone. He needs a woman, someone who is his complement. So the author of the Zohar sort of runs with that into a place that, it's not unthinkable by Jewish standards of the day, but was not as prevalent in Jewish thought at the time. Sort of forward thinking in that regard. And then you have like Freud and Jung. Jung is coming at it from a much more Asian perspective, but still, Freud talks a lot about how humans desire sex. That's just like this base desire that motivates everything to do. And we also desire our mothers, and we have all these desires for the opposite sex, which Freud characterizes that as pretty chaotic and primal. And then Jung is a little more generous with it. He thinks it's just a natural good thing rather than this negative impulse that you have to mature out of. He thinks that Jung thinks that your desire for the feminine or your desire for the masculine is part of your desire to become whole. And Jung is very much in a line with Freud. And Jacques Lacan also had this idea that, you desire things, and that desire is a problem. But masculine and feminine, it's just your desire to have something. Not Jacques Lacan really generalized the idea of desire, but you are looking to become a complete person, and that's something that Freud shares with the Kabbalah, is that you are searching for some kind of complement. Although Freud characterizes this much differently because, of course, he's a doctor, a medical doctor in the modern era. He's not a mystic in Andalusia in Spain. But still, there's a comparison there of like this sort of you have the benevolent versus chaotic versions of the desire between men and women to be whole together. But obviously, they both say that this is a primal human need. One is mystical and one is sort of more essentialist and says, this is a biological imperative, and beware. But be aware that it is something within you, and don't try to ignore it, because that's unhealthy. Sure. So that comparison, I think, is just really neat. And even Freud's, in his later years said, I think I was very heavily influenced by my Jewish education, which was extensive. He was the son of a wealthy Jewish merchant in Austria. So I think he was right in seeing that Jewish teachings really did influence psychotherapy and close reading and all that. So I think that comparison too is just really. It's just, Takahashi had something to say. And he said it in an eloquent way, in a way that was meaningful to the characters.
I think that's a really interesting kind of perspective on things, because I know, like, as we were kind of going through the game, Kaysen, as he was trying to put things together, was sometimes questioning or a little bit confused about how are you going to align the views of, say, Freud and Jung, who were in so many ways divergent from each other. They disagreed, right? Like, how are you going to bring these things into harmony? And it seems to be precisely what Takahashi was trying to do, is look for the similarities, look for the ways in which they are similar, look for the ways in which they complement each other, look for the ways in which they work together, rather than in many different comparisons across all kinds of obviously inspirations, right? And that was, it seems like the conclusion he came to is this kind of like pursuit of wholeness, that there's many ways to arrive there, but that there are across these different ways of thinking about it, there's kind of one parallel he saw, and that this happened to be the one, right?
Yeah, it seemed like he was pretty deeply read of Jung too, because if you read like a summary on Wikipedia about Jung, you would not think that Jung is much interested in human relationships at a small scale. But if you read his books, his big ideas are kind of pretty far out there. Like Jung is a big dreams kind of guy. But if you read like his clinical notes, I want to say it was probably Ion or the Archetypes. Can't remember. All those books blur together when you read them. But he really is all over the place. Jung is just his books are a mess. But
he's tough to read. I was not having an easy time getting through Ion and when I was preparing for this podcast.
Yeah, he's very much in a tradition with Nietzsche in writing in German of just jumping around a lot with crazy big ideas all over the place all the time. But if you read some of his clinical, notes, he frequently talks about we can get caught up in our archetypes. Like if you've ever seen a couple who have kids and the dad is just dad and the mom is just mom, and they call the husband and wife call each other mom and dad, and that's the roles they've assumed, and that's all there is in their relationship anymore. That's not a healthy relationship. And it's that's a wonderful observation that's really applicable to like billions of people. Sure, but that's just like tucked in his book. But clearly Jung had this idea that our desire for the masculine and feminine is also expressed in our relationships. It's just that he didn't talk about that in a grand way, but it was clearly part of his theory of that. So
sure.
And that shows up in this game.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, let me take a look at some of the questions here. This one's from Prince Darkly. It says, I'm not even sure how to phrase this as a question, but in your dev history research, were you guys able to get an idea of how the heck Tetsuya Takahashi and Sorya Saga ended up with a plot as extremely complex as this one? Not saying it's bad, mind you. It was tremendous joy experiencing Xenogears narrative for the first time. It really helped me have the luxury of discussions through this channel, because if not, I probably would have been confused out of my mind. It's just mind-boggling to me how much academic and mythological material are packed into here. I find writing a simple story hard enough. So, to answer that part of it before going to the next part, Sorya Saga had written a lot of this stuff as either outlines or short stories, years predating Xenogears coming up. I have a quote here from an interview with her where she says, back in 1994, I wrote a story about a young soldier of fortune with multiple personalities. Takahashi proposed the plan to our boss, though the plan was rejected because it was too sci-fi for RPG. She's mentioned that in many different interviews about they rejected it because it was too dark and complicated for an RPG. And then they made Final Fantasy VII essentially like very similar. But so yeah, I mean, she was writing a lot of this stuff way back before Xenogears was greenlit as a game. And they had been discussing a lot of this philosophy years before this was a greenlit game, right? And so it was a combination of their ideas that they had discussed together, that they had written about, in sort of their private projects or whatever, ideas that had been brewing for many, many years. And they kind of worked together to, okay, how do we unify these, cool concepts we've been thinking about for a super long time? So the origin of Xenogears probably dates back way before 1997 or wherever development began, when they were kind of coming up with this. Obviously, they were working on the Final Fantasy series at Square. I think Tetsuya Takahashi had been working at Neon Falcom before that. But in the midst of that, their daily work, they were had the ambition to write their own story and had been doing so for many, many years beforehand. So that is, the culmination of years and years of writing and thinking about this stuff is how they developed a story as complex as this. And then they kind of, during the course of Xenogears, came together and sort of pulled all of that into something comprehensive, right?
I just want to make a comparison, which is when David Bowie was trying to do, I think, his third album, he was kind of stuck. And that's when he started working with Brian Eno, the sort of whiz kid producer. And what Eno had was this idea for constraints, where he said, we're going to write a whole song where you can only play 3 strings on the guitar, or you have to play an instrument you've never played, or you can't use these notes of the scale.
Right.
And that's like those constraints. Bowie found them to make him really creative, and they created this awesome album. But those constraints is the same thing that's going on with Takahashi and his wife. They had these two. Like Takahashi had his own idea for a story too, and they just had to combine these two stories that didn't seem like they would fit together. But of course, they just sat down and worked it out until they did. And so that's how you have this plot that really takes sort of a lot of sharp turns. But it all seems to work because they put the work in. So those constraints really made them creative, and that's why Xenogears is really sort of unlike anything else.
Yeah, it's really necessary to do that sometimes. I think Kaysen and I had talked about this on the exclusive podcast that goes just to the patrons once a month, is that a lot of times, when you get stuck in your writing or whatever it might be, whatever creative project you're working on, a lot of times the best way to get out of that is to force sort of arbitrary constraints on yourself. and that will, like, by taking away this like ocean of options that you have for what you could do, it starts to get you focused on just a few, and you start to like experiment with those, and all of a sudden it leads to some answers. Yeah, so the second part of this, sorry, they're doing some construction apparently in the room underneath me. I did not anticipate this, so there's a little bit of noise going on downstairs. Second part of this question was, do you guys think having a more convoluted plot such as this is more rewarding of an experience, or is it diminishing return sort of thing where too much complexity can hurt a story? How does this apply to your own writing, if I may ask?
Boy.
How do you feel about that?
That's like 7 questions, first of all.
Yeah.
That's a convoluted question. I don't think that convoluted plots or simple plots are good in and of themselves either way, right?
Yeah.
Hamlet is a simple plot with a very convoluted protagonist, right? Hamlet, I mean, if you think about it, Hamlet gets on stage and just can't make up his mind for 4 acts. So like Shakespeare can pull that off. But, someone like Masato Kato probably could not. Different strengths for different writers. And, so I think it's really just a matter of like, play to your own strengths, write things that are interesting to yourself and work with your style. And that's certainly what I do. Like when we're working on Quartet, I was given constraints, and actually I do this for a lot of clients. I walk into a situation where I have a bunch of constraints that it handed to me by them. And it's like, some of them are like, some of these decisions the creators have made are like, I would not have made that decision, but now I have to fix it. And that's fine. It's my job. I get paid to do that. I have no problem. But sometimes that leads to some story elements being a little bit convoluted, and you kind of want to push that stuff to the background a little bit. So it's like people who are really into that convoluted lore can go look for it, but people who are not can just see the surface story of like, oh, this is the chosen one, or oh, these 2 people are in love. You definitely want to have that simple element on top of it, right? Like in this story, it's a love story. Faye and Ellie love each other, and they deserve each other, right? They're destined for one another, and the people they grow into. Like at the end, when you see them in Xenogears coming down from the sky, it's like that moment's great. That's like the ending awesome. Is so satisfying because you actually, these people deserve each other. And of course, if you've seen the Zaboyam City flashback, you know that like there is a happily ever after waiting for them. It's not perfect, but they really, they're going to create things together. That's who they are. So yeah, it's just a matter of personal style. Like some people are good at really simple, direct stories. I think of a lot of British authors in the 1900s had really simple stories where it's just like it's mostly people sitting in parlors talking, and then the plot is very simple. Yeah. Even Jane Austen plots are quite simple, but she has all this dialogue that goes on. That's her strength. She played to her strength. Simple plot, lots of dialogue, lots of characterization. But Tetsuya Takahashi was like, I need to have this wild plot that incorporates all these crazy elements and giant robots, and it worked for him, and he played to his own strengths.
Yeah, I really agree with that, and it's something that has been like a little bit frustrating for me as I've engaged in discourse about the story of Xenogears over the course of this podcast series and my reviews, a few years back, looking at other people's thoughts about Xenogears, is there's this I don't want to call it common, but there is a strong sentiment among passionate Xenogears fans that this story in particular is like set on some pedestal of greatness that will never be surpassed again. And that is largely due to its sort of complexity and labyrinthine nature and like layers of meaning. and that if a story doesn't have those things, it cannot be as great as Xenogears was. It's like without that, and I reject that premise wholesale. Like, to me, a story like Chrono Trigger, which is far less complex, executed as well as it is, to me is just as satisfying a story experience as Xenogears, even though it doesn't require the same external research and thought and introspection and all these things. It's still just as satisfying. I think that a simple story told well can be just as satisfying as a complex one told well. But the difficult thing is that the more complex your plot is, the more difficult it is to execute. So you're going to run into problems of, and as we've talked about with our critique of Xenogears for these entire 21 episodes, there's a lot of places where it could have been improved, right? So that's what you'll run into there. But the benefit is those who are really looking for that exploration and deep sort of like looking at all the details will get a lot of satisfaction out of seeing all the symbolism and the references and sort of the outside research. And so it really just depends on the kind of story you want to write. Like, what do you find satisfying? And who are you speaking to with your story? Who are you trying to reach? If you're trying to reach people who love that kind of thing, like Xenogears, then don't write a simple story, right? For me, that's really, really what it comes down to, is just like, what are you trying to say? Who are you trying to say it to? And then you'll pick how complex or not you want to present that information based on those answers.
And one last thought that occurred to me while you're talking is also, if you're going to write a story and you want to decide between simple and complex, pick the one you feel more comfortable with, but also pick the one you have enough runway for, because as a really convoluted stories need a lot more space and time to get off the ground, and simple stories, if they get too long, can end up like Dickens. And like, Dickens is a great writer who wrote some amazing stuff, but sometimes his plots sag very badly because they're way too long. Because he was writing for money. I don't, get paid. Chuck, I understand, but get paid. But so there's big saggy points in Great Expectations and things like that. So it's like, because it was a simple story, it had some problems being long. But if you have a complex story that's too short, you're never gonna, you're gonna end up with Chrono Cross, right? Where you just like barfing all these, plot details, and during hour 28 of 35. It's just like, it was just like, whoa, slow down there, Gaspar. Okay. Balthazar. But, it's just like, that game needed 10 more hours of runway. And also, to have a plot that made sense in the beginning. Speaking of flaws, it had some cool moments regardless. But, that's the problem, right? You pick the game that you have the space for, and consider, the material considerations. Like, do you have an editor? Your editor is going to determine how long your book goes, right? Yeah. Do you have, is it for a film or is it for a game? You have a budget, so you gotta, you have to stick to your budget. So just keep that stuff in mind when you're deciding complexity.
Right. Okay. How about moving on now to the relationship between Miang and the Gazelle Ministry, and we were talking about wanting to talk about that last time.
This is good. So this is something that people have talked about a lot. I've seen a lot of posts like, what is the relationship between Miang, Cain, and Gazelle? Like, what is the power structure? And there's two things to understand. So there's the first thing to understand is what is the power structure in the game? What does the game tell us? Like, just by a close reading, what can we infer about the game? And what the power structure is there. And the second is where did they come up with this structure? Like, why is it so weird that the emperor doesn't have power? Like, don't emperors have power? I think I'll actually begin with number 2 there, because it's strange to us. We don't have emperors in America. We never have. I guess Moctezuma died a long time ago. So since then, there's not a lot of emperors in North America. And if you were German, you might understand imperial politics a little bit better, because they had an emperor not so long ago. Or maybe British, and there's a queen who until 1950, 1955 was the Empress of India. And that person is often a figurehead. That part I think everyone understands. But what is strange is that the imperial politics of Japan, after when the emperor actually held power, between the Meiji Restoration in I want to say 1868, and then 1945, when the emperor was basically written out of the Constitution by MacArthur, there was a really weird set of imperial politics. So what happened was a group of nobles from Satsuma domain, so sort of the west of Japan, got together and decided they would install the emperor as the head of government and head of state in Japan, and that because he was an ancient, he was a direct male descendant of the original emperors of Japan. So like there was real legitimacy with the people, and they were trying to overthrow the Tokugawa shogun, who's that government had really become weak, and there had been some famines, and then the Commodore Perry came in and shot up the place. So Japan realized they needed a change, and so these Satsuma nobles formed a clique called the Genro. And it was just like this group of nobles who were going to just surround the emperor. And the emperor had all the power, according to the Meiji Constitution. Everything was derived from him. So all power derived from the emperor. But the Meiji emperor was kind of a drunken party boy. As emperors often are, many nobles all across the world are like that. And so the Genro knew that they had the power over this guy. They just got him to sign off on things. So as long as they just, left the emperor to do what he wanted to do and gave him minimal responsibilities, these Satsuma nobles ran the country. And that's what their plan was. So you have, like a relatively small group of people who know each other and are related to each other running Japan. And they did it in a modern way. But that is essentially the structure you have with the Gazelle Ministry and Emperor Kane. Emperor Kane holds absolute power, but he often doesn't or cannot use it. That leads us into point number 1, which is what happens in the game. One thing we know is that Krellian doesn't respect anyone at all. Maybe he respects Lacan and maybe Ellie. I don't know. It's hard to say. But Krellian would absolutely let them all die, and does, and even conspires to kill Kane. So like, why would Krellian let Kane get life extension treatments? Because Kane is dying. He's almost 10,000 years old. They're all dying. All the parts of Deus are dying. But Krellian is, the head of the government, and he still lets Kane get these life extension treatments when he should just, even if he can't kill Kane, maybe there's something inside of him that prevents him from killing Kane. He should just withhold medicine, right? Or, poison him or something like that, right?
You would think he would have had his limiter removed, right?
Yeah. Or he's Krellian, right? He would have figured out a way around it, right? Yeah. He figured out, he played everybody, including God. Like he played the entire universe to get his end. So obviously he could have let Kane die if it was materially possible. But I don't think it is. I think what the case is that Miang at the end, I think once she's inherited Ellie's body, Miang calls Kane the principal living being. And I would love for Kason to check into what the Japanese for that is. Oh, sure. But basically I think that what we see in the game is that Kane has absolute authority over everyone, including their free will, and can tell anyone to do anything at any time if he's within proximity of them. But he has a human attention span, so he can't control everybody. He can just control anybody, including the Gazelle Ministry. Like even though they're machines, he can just stop them from doing anything. So I think Kane can just, like, if he's close to you, he can just make you do things, and that's what his authority consists of. And so he can make Krellian extend his life, or make the subordinates around him extend his life. So you can't poison him or something like that, because he would just immediately be like, "Are you going to poison me?" And the person would have to confess or have to not do it. So he just has this aura of command that he just exudes over everybody. But it's limited to whoever is in his presence, because obviously if he could control anybody, he'd be controlling the lambs, he'd be controlling Satan, he'd be controlling Fae, he'd control Graf, something like that. So he's got some kind of absolute authority, but it's limited in range and scope.
Is that more or less what led to the Gazelle Ministry being unable to use the Geisha Key the first time?
Right, exactly. So,
and he just comes on and says, like, nope, you can't do that.
Right, exactly. So Kane can stop anybody from doing something if he's within range, apparently. Like he just didn't even worry about it. He just said, no, can't do it. And they were like, that's true, we cannot oppose Kane. They seem very convinced on this front. The only reason they thought to use the key is they thought Kane would go along with it. Yeah. And they thought they had the support of Miang. And apparently even Miang, Kane's creator, can't also kill him. He's the sysadmin of the Katamoni project, and they gave him complete sysadmin powers, but he is only one person, so he can't be controlling every subsystem all at once. Right. And that's the way. That's why Miang and Krellian and the Ministry can't kill him. Only himself, right? They clone him, and then I guess Ramses is immune because his powers don't work on himself. But I guess Ramses also doesn't inherit the absolute control, so I don't know about that part. But that's not that different from the Meiji constitutional powers that the Meiji Emperor wished, and this also played out in a big way with Emperor Hirohito in World War II. Is that whenever Hirohito wanted to intervene in World War II, everyone listened to him. They did. Anytime he said something, they would listen and they would do it, and not unquestioningly, but they eventually be like, I know I have to do this because if I disobey the emperor, I'm going to be a joke and I'm going to lose all my institutional power, because we all know it's derived from him. As soon as it's not derived from him, we all lose our power. So I have to. And he would fire people and he would order things. He was a big part of the Sanko policy in China that killed 6 million people. He was very much culpable of that. And it's very highly documented what he decided the army should do. He didn't make all the decisions. He left large parts of the war effort to other people and large parts of the government. But when he decided to act, people did obey. So he did have absolute authority. He just had a limited attention span. So I think that's the cultural framework that Takahashi was working from. Takahashi probably knows those things. He goes to history class. Sure. He's very well read. And that's just metaphorized into Kane having this ether power that can compel people.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. So that makes a lot of sense. You don't have the bandwidth, so to speak, to control everything at once. You can only focus where your limited brain can allow you to focus, but on those things, the power is absolute.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. And yeah, then I mean, Miang gave him that power, right? So clearly it was necessary. Like, and I see why you have to have a sysadmin of any system, right? It needs to happen. But if you're a business guy, you're like a billionaire, you're gonna have to hand the keys over to some IT guy, and he's gonna be running the business, and you're just gonna have to take that risk. So that seems like what happened there.
Okay. Let's go to another question here from Patreon. This one comes from Greg Troyan. Do you think the story of Xenogears was optimal for a video game, or would it have been better served as an anime, manga, or novel? I would say that, well, I believe that even in their own plans, the intention was never to make like 6 video games out of the 6 episodes. I think they meant it to be multimedia from the start. Am I right? Do you remember reading that? I seem to remember reading that.
That was my impression, that they because I mean, like, the episodes, like episodes 2 through 4 are recounted in the flashbacks of Xenogears.
Right. I seem to remember, but don't quote me on this. This is me it could be faulty memory. I seem to remember him saying that they had, like, preliminary thoughts, not like any like concrete plans or anything, but to do like a manga or some other media for episode 6. But it might not have been that. It might have just been, they might have had plans to just have supplemental material that might have been not necessarily related to one of the 6 episodes, but just something related to Xenogears that was a manga or, maybe graphic novel or something like that.
They did do all those things, right? They did make mangas and graphic novels, and they mostly about Xenosaga, and then Soya Saga did various other graphic novels. Actually, funny story. One time she was on Twitter posting pictures of graphic novels she wanted to write. She's like, I never had the time or budget. And I was like following her. I was like, well, you should do a Kickstarter. People over here love you. You would get all this support. They loved your game. I was like tagging all these people, like, don't tell, like, these are all people who are huge fans of yours. And she got so flustered at me saying that she blocked me on Twitter. I was like, well, okay, all right. You don't want Gaijin attention. Okay. So clearly they've done multimedia a lot. They did an anime in Japan of I think it's like of Ziggy's story, I want to say.
Oh, okay.
From Xenosaga.
Yeah.
So they did a lot of multimedia stuff later on. So clearly they would do that. That was something they would like to do. And game directors, like really ambitious game directors like that, are they always have 10 different plans going at any one time. Mm-hmm. When I work with the director of Chris Tales, Carlos Rocha Silva, he's exactly like that. He's like 15 different plans going at any one time. I'm like Carlos, I can't keep up with you, man. Which plan are we talking about right now?
Yeah, right.
So that's just how artists like that work.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, considering the fact that even up to after the time that Xenogears was released, within Perfect Works, Takahashi continued like evolving the universe of Xenogears, or adding to it, or changing it, or altering it, is kind of a testament to that way of doing things, just constantly working on more, or expanding it. And so I'm sure that if we're talking about the complete story, right? I mean, like the whole 15,000 year timescale thing, like certainly there's going to be areas of that would be better suited, like maybe the Zebulon era stuff, because there's not really a lot of conflict there, at least from what we glean from the game, that might lend itself to random battles and running around the planet kind of a thing, right? That lends itself to an RPG like that.
It would be like a hospital minigame. Like, what's that? What's the hospital game?
Trauma Center?
Trauma Center, yes. Exactly. It'd be Trauma Center like Life in the Xenoverse.
Yeah. Yeah,
like,
I mean...
a mystical ion just leaped out of this patient's chest. I would play that game. And I would play that game in a heartbeat.
Now that you bring it up, I would too. So, like, maybe you could find some other genre or something, but I think a story like the Zebulon era would probably work better as an anime or something like that, right, than necessarily as a sprawling RPG like Xenogears is. But I think episode 5 that we got was very well suited for it. I think it works perfectly for it. I don't think it would have been better.
4 would have worked too, like the Solaris War, and then the Diabolos. Like, it would have ended with the Diabolos destroying everything and you barely surviving as the Diabolos run out of fuel. I mean, that would have been like, whoa, that would have been pretty intense.
A lot of the episode 1 stuff, I mean, obviously is kind of spiritually successed, if that's a word, in Xenosaga. So, like, obviously that works as a video game form, but. Yeah, I think that episode 5 at least, and 4, like you're saying, would have been fine and probably are tailored or well-suited as a video game.
I think just one of the things, I don't think Xenogears, though, could have ever been anything other than a video game. Yeah. Just because of the way it was portrayed. Like first of all, there's no 60-hour animes getting made after 1989. Unless they're, like, really low budget, like Fruits Basket or One Piece, right? Like, One Piece, I guess One Piece is a similar sprawling, but there's no plan for One Piece. Like, if you think there's a plan for One Piece, I've got some swampland to sell you in Florida. But you know, like, unless you're like a very broad comedy, you're not getting 60 hours of screen time in Japan anymore. And you know, so I think it had to be a video game because it couldn't have been anything else in terms of media, and it couldn't have been a book because it's way too visual. Yeah, and there's a lot of like the meaning that's conveyed in the battles, like when Graph is fighting you on foot and you're in your gear. How do you convey that in anything but a visual medium? Yeah. And there's no other visual medium that you can afford except a video game for 60 hours.
Yeah, I agree with that. Next one from Greg. Do you think there's any other video game with this amount of narrative density?
Depends what
Xenosaga would probably be the first comparison, right?
Xenosaga, so much of it is like Xenogears has way more in-game lore text, where Xenosaga has like all that is like mostly perfect works type situation where you have like this huge dictionary, and like spoilers for Xenosaga, right? For a few minutes, it's not a huge spoiler, but like the UMN network is literally built on the collective unconscious. Like it's like but you would never know that unless you read the dictionary in the game,
right?
So they don't succeed as injecting as much of that lore into the game as they do in Xenogears.
Yeah.
But I guess it is there. Like there's like have you seen the sketches, like the Perfect Works type sketches about Xenosaga, where like they talk about like the upper domain and the lower domain of religion? Like there's
I haven't seen that.
Udu lives in the upper domain and humans live in the lower domain, and it talks about like which direction information can travel in terms of like quantum physics. So like the upper domain can radiate information down, but you can't send anything back. So that's why Udu has 2 eyes, because that's the only 2 places where he can see into the universe. It's like it went pretty hard with it, but you know, you don't see that in the game at all.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that I've found. You know, it's always funny, you know, kind of running a YouTube channel or reading comments and stuff, when you have people who have clearly been keeping themselves up to date on their Xenogears lore for however many years it's been, 20 years. Its 20th anniversary was, you know, not long ago. Where it's like clearly they know all of the Perfect Works references by heart, and so they're like, no, it's this and this and this, and they can just but it's like that was not in the game. I promise you that what you just said was not in the text, right? I think that happens a lot. But I would say that what he probably means by narrative density is less so like the amount of content and more so like the complexity or like the depth of that content.
Yeah, like a lot of world building. Like a lot of
maybe like referential material, like the psychoanalysts.
Yeah, as far as that stuff goes, I can't think of another example.
I can't either.
I would say the closest I've seen come is Fallout New Vegas has a lot of classical allusion, a lot of pretty good classical allusion actually to like Rome. and Greece and all that. Clearly the creators knew their classical history. I'm pretty sure Josh Sawyer did. He talks about it all the time. So that's good, but it's not it's prevalent and it's well done, but it's not this. It's like one idea. It's classical history, as opposed to like 3 different schools of psychology and religion. That's totally different level.
Yeah, I'm sure there are lots of RPGs out there where if you just look at their world building, like the level at which you can get kind of lost in looking at like data logs or whatever to sort of like expand this world or like make it into something that feels really big and dense. I would say a series like Mass Effect or The Witcher or Dragon Age probably are all comparable there.
Knights of the Old Republic is a big one.
Knights of the Old Republic as well. But when you're talking about the philosophical density, I mean, unless there's something I've just never heard of, this might be at the top, Xenogears.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen much either. However, I do have clients who have come to me and be like, I want to do something like this. So stay tuned. We don't have Xenogears budget or teams, but like there are definitely people who grew up with that, and now some of them are millionaires, and they want to make a game like that, and I think that's pretty cool. That's like almost like how the Renaissance progressed, where they have these rich Italians who like, let's make something incredibly beautiful that will last forever. It's like, all right, there are worse things you could do with your money.
Sure, absolutely. 2 more. One a little bit deeper, and then one really quick one from Greg. He asks, is it a masterpiece? My answer is yes. I think despite the flaws, this is one of the most profound stories of our lifetimes, with great characters, set pieces, themes, and lore. In some ways, the flaws are kind of charming, at least to me. I think that towards the beginning of the podcast, I had made a comment about how there are a lot of fans who regard Xenogears kind of at the same level as Russian classical literature or something like that. And me saying, I don't know where I stand on that yet. This is my second time playing the game. Let me come around to that later. And I mean, ultimately, the short answer for me there is like execution-wise, not close. Not close. But in terms of the ideas, in terms of the richness, the cleverness in which all of these different schools of thought are sort of woven into one cohesive theme that is very, very meaningful to me, yes, I would say it did impact me in a similar way to something like that. And I would consider it a masterpiece, given the fact that this was a game that in the large scale of things, in terms of like where video games will be, let's say 100 years from now or something, right at the infancy of of the medium itself, right? Like right at the beginning with the limits that it had. All those things considered, I think that its ability to cut through a lot of its problems and sort of get to my heart like that, for me, I would classify it as a masterpiece, a must-play classic video game. But I would not put it on the same level as some of the most profound masterpieces of some other mediums, just because of the execution being as sloppy as it is from time to time.
Yeah, I mean, masterpieces tend to have glaring flaws, like a lot of them.
Sure.
Like big ugly sides, and I think that it's just inherent in masterpieces because like Paradise Lost and has just like these chapters where people are like, really, John Milton, like you like this is your explanation, you're going to explain the ways of God to man, and this is your explanation. But then it gets a lot better, and then there's sections like famously like the beginning of books 2 and 3 and book 9. There's just a section where Eve eats the fruit of knowledge of good and evil, and it's the psychology of it is so persuasive. You just like, you feel indicted as a human being just reading, and you're like, I'm the devil, and you're like, whoa, how'd you do that? Like you just like, and it just slips into you, and you're just like, okay, this is a masterpiece. Like this is, despite its flaws, it's really great. And I think a lot of works are like that. Like the fact that it's so good in so many things is what makes you accept those flaws and just say it's flawed, but it's a masterpiece. And Xenogears, I think, is similar to that. John Milton had his whole life to make Paradise Lost and didn't require a budget from anybody. So Tetsuya Takahashi had to have a budget from a video game company in 1998 and 2 years to make it.
Yeah.
And a rookie team, no less. And poor Richard Honeywood. Right. Imagine having to try and translate, 160,000 words chock full of references to other languages. There's Hebrew, German.
Super good point is that like Xenogears would land really differently for the Japanese audience than it did for the American audience, just solely based on that fact alone. Just we didn't allocate a budget or a team to localization. Just that one fact makes Xenogears a very different experience for English-speaking audience.
Right. So if there were a better translation, and actually there are some people working on that, I hope that there's a good project. If Xenogears ever comes out on PC, someone will just mod in a better translation, and that'll be great. Even just possibly better. Richard Honeywood is a good translator. He just was set up to fail.
Yeah.
He was supposed to be one of 3 people, and he ended up being the only person sleeping in the server room. There's an amazing podcast about that. That has how Xenogears was this horrible project and how it revolutionized the process of localizing. Like Honeywood was promoted after this, and they changed all the policies, and so in that regard, Xenogears had this huge historical impact on the localization of games forever after. So that's really cool. But I think Xenogears also compares to other certain other masterworks really well. And again, the execution is not on par with, say, I don't know, something like the Russian classics or Dante or John Milton. It's not the masterful poetry of someone who's trained their whole life. But there are the ugly parts of, like, for example, not ugly parts, but like more workman-like parts of Dante's Divine Comedy. Like Dante's poetry is not the best Italian poetry. It's like very sort of workman-like and often very uneven, and he uses lots of mixed metaphors. But the structure of how Dante views the universe and how he's able to imply all these different levels of judgment and say all these very meaningful things about human condition, through just the structure of how he constructs the universe, it makes it a masterpiece, right? Dante has something meaningful to say, and he says it in grand style, even if his poetic lines are kind of plotting and sometimes not very elegant. But people forgive that, right? Yeah. So that's something that Xenogears has in common. It's like the way it gets to what it says is sometimes flawed, but the ideas that it has are very big and worth studying. Dante did it better, but I don't want to get struck by lightning. And then another one, I think the best comparison. I made this comparison before, but as Xenogears compares really favorably to Moby Dick, and it gets a little crazy actually. So you have a game about killing a monstrosity, a white monstrosity that lives under the sea. It's heavily fueled with Gnosticism, mixed with all of the best scientific knowledge of the day by someone who wasn't a scientist, and has lots of contemporary philosophy. All those statements are true about Xenogears and Moby Dick. So and of course Moby Dick, lots of people bounce off Moby Dick. Most people agree it's a masterpiece of American literature. But his prose wanders. It has lots of unnecessary chapters that just really don't do anything to the plot.
I'm trying to remember, is it Moby Dick or is it Robinson Crusoe, where like he'll just go to a whole chapter explaining like how a ship is constructed? Or
right. Yeah, that is Moby Dick, and how whaling works.
Yeah,
it's like we don't care.
Right.
I mean, whaling was big at the time, so like maybe it's like but like he goes into way too much detail, and he spends like 5 pages talking about sneaking to Ahab's cabin when Ahab is asleep, and he goes into like these really long diatribes, like I guess not even metaphorical, they're like allegorical diatribes about transcendentalism and Gnosticism and all that. And it's cool if you're into that stuff, but it's like you got a little long-winded there. The book is way too long, but it's great. It's a great book. It's absolutely worth the read. But Xenogears is very similar to that, right? In that it's crazy. It has all these weird things that don't seem to go together. It's about Gnosticism and a vendetta against an ancient, powerful white being that lives under the sea. So, I think those two things compare really favorably in terms of like, okay, I understand. That's the kind of place that Xenogears might hold one day, is this Moby Dick like thing where it's like, oh, there are flaws, there are things you need to skip, there are annotations you need to read, but at the same time, they did something amazing.
Yeah, I think that's really well put. And I mean, just to add one more part to it, there's not a single game, movie, novel, whatever it may be, that I've ever experienced that I don't have parts of it that I gripe about, where it's like this part, this could have been done better. I mean, literally everything, and I still love it to death, right? It obviously still had a great effect on me, and I think that's the mark of a great piece of art or a masterpiece is its ability to overcome some of the inevitable flaws that will arise in any work of art, because nobody is perfect and no artist is perfect, and no artist has the perfect circumstance or the exact amount of time, or even if they do have more enough time, they'll usually mess it up by painting over something that was great and trying to improve it by ruining it in the process by overthinking it. So you just can't avoid that. There's always going to be problems and things, right? Last one. This was real simple from Greg Troyan. Choo-Choo, where do you ultimately land after this playthrough? He's on the hashtag Choo-Choo did nothing wrong side of things. I don't know what your opinion is of the character.
I mean, Choo-Choo doesn't add much to the plot, but she's a lethal character if you know. She's the best character if you know how to use her.
Yeah,
she's this classic trope of the lethal joke character, where if you know what you're doing, like you can just like. It's like, I am Faye the Contact. I am going to beat God. Choo-Choo's like, step aside. And like, Choo-Choo's like, if you know what you're doing, you could be like 5,000 damage per triangle hit with Choo-Choo. And like, she goes like, because you can equip her with the speed boots and everything, she can like go like twice as often as everyone else. She never runs out of fuel. She's just absolute beast mode. But what she adds to the plot, merchandise, like again, the game seems... I mean, the game's based on like all this old Macross and Gundam things, right? And those shows were made for merch. And this game seems to have a little bit of that DNA. It's like, we should make some Choo-Choo plushies when this becomes. It's like, that's not the kind of game. It's like, it's not a Choo-Choo plushie game. It's this dark, heavy, philosophical thing. Like,
it doesn't seem to fit, right?
No, it is incongruous to me.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I remember my first playthrough feeling sort of indifferent about Choo-Choo, because I remember it was like on Reddit somewhere they had put together in, I think it was the JRPG subreddit, some kind of like they did this big vote on like just hundreds and hundreds of JRPG characters to rank them from like top to bottom, and I remember Choo-Choo was, I mean, within the bottom 5. It was like way down at the bottom. And it was like right around the time I was playing or right before I had played the game. And so I had this expectation that this character would just be completely insufferably obnoxious or something. And in my first playthrough, I felt like, well, aside from the Shavat scene where she fights against the Oxen, and obviously in the background at Golgotha hanging on the cross, she's not really there unless you go out of your way to put her in your party or something, which I didn't do.
They're very judicious with their use of Choo-Choo.
Yeah, it's like she's kind of there, but you can mostly ignore the character if you don't like the character. And so I think that upon this reexamination, I had a little bit of frustration that I expressed about the character early on when we first got her in the party after the Ave sequence, or the Bledevec sequence, where you save Margie. And I think that was me getting hyped about something because, again, I was doing a lot of reading, a lot of research and things like that, finding, getting a beat on what people feel about things. And so getting through the game again, my opinion is kind of back to where it was on my first playthrough. It's just like Choo-Choo can be as annoying or not, or as fun a character. You can involve Choo-Choo or not. It's really kind of up to you. Unlike, say, Tatsu in Xenoblade Chronicles X, who is mandatorily insufferable in like all the scenes he appears in. I hate that character.
You get to Xenoblade Chronicles 2, like all the characters are insufferably long-winded.
That's what I think.
They have nothing to say.
So, anyways, I don't hate Choo-Choo. Like I wouldn't, but I do think, at least in the Shavat sequence during the scene between Marie and the Oxen, it does feel incongruous, like you were saying. It just kind of puts this like little blip or like sharp dive in sort of like the rising action or flow of that scene in a way that injects this like level of silliness that takes away a little bit from the dramatic gravitas of that scene. But outside of that, I mostly ignore Choo-Choo, and Choo-Choo is not really like a factor on my enjoyment of this game or not. So
yeah, I don't even think about Choo-Choo when I think about Xenogears.
There you go. Okay, I'll come back to this in a second. Let's jump over to, and this is something I kept saying, we'll talk about it when we get to it. We'll talk about it when we get to it.
Drum roll.
In the actual episode, which is going to be next week's episode at the time of recording this, episode 19, which ends up being about a 3-hour, 15-minute episode. We finally get to the part where Lacan, where it's explained how Lacan became Graf.
Oh, of course, this question. Right? Yeah, right.
And I kept saying, like, I feel like we did an adequate job of explaining how it all worked in the game, but I kept alluding to the fact, Jacques Lacan and his theory on desire, plays into this, and I think that we work it in a little bit, but just not maybe quite as much detail as some people were hoping that we would do.
Certainly more than anything in the game does, because it's not totally not clear how that works in the game. I mean,
so yeah, let's talk about how Lacan's desire works into the Lacan graph transformation.
Right. So the biggest thing to understand about Lacan is that he took Freud, and Lacan always said of himself, I never said anything that Freud didn't say, but I just said it in a different, more universal way, in a way that wasn't, more just applicable to everyday life. And Lacan took Freud's idea of sexual desire being the underpinning force of everything and just made it desire. That your desires, you have an id, yes, he agreed with that, and your id desires things, and that causes problems in your life. And that is the primary source of your problems. But your id desires all kinds of things. It desires relationships. It desires money. It desires food, fame, comfort, ego, glory. And if those desires go unsatisfied, that is the primary driver of psychological illness. Is your lack of getting what your id desires. So your desires can just destroy you and make you into a horrible person, which is actually a little bit different than Freud. Like Freud also believed, certainly in his early work about trauma, right, that bad things that happened to you in the past were also a big deal. And actually which is funny because Freud's most minor thing, traumas, became the bedrock of psychiatry. And all his theories about, the desire, sexual desire, and id and ego and superego are not considered serious anymore. They are in this game though, and Lacan certainly ran with them, and some people still like Lacan, but because it is definitely true that we can all feel for ourselves that like we want things, and we want things in an immature way, things we don't need, and we let that desire harm us. We're harming ourselves, and that's what that's essentially what happens to Lacan, the character in the game.
Yeah, Lacan in the game, his desire is power, right? He feels powerless. He feels weak.
And so he desires Sophia, he can't have her forever. Yeah. But rather than saying, I'm sad, I'm going to deal with that, I'm going to get past it, I'm going to destroy the world, right?
Yeah.
And who among us has not felt that briefly on a Monday morning? But yeah, so he really goes through with it. And you and I were talking on Twitter about how when we went back to the text, I had thought that when Lacan made contact with the wave existence, that like it just like zapped him, right? And he was just put back out, and he couldn't even make full contact because he was a flawed contact. Unless the contact is an active current relationship with the antitype, he can't make proper contact with God. And I thought, oh, it's just this metaphysical rules of Xenogears. Yeah. But then we looked at the text again, and we saw like, oh no, Graf did make contact with the wave existence, but he came away from that meeting with the notion, I need to destroy everything.
And that's because he hadn't become psychologically whole. Right. When making contact. So his perception of what he learned from the wave existence, it went the other way. Whereas Faye was made whole first and then made contact with the wave existence.
Right. Faye still had Ellie and had a relationship, and he came through his trauma right at the moment that he meets the wave existence. He says, I can't, he has that great line, I can't blame anybody for what happened to me. I can't stay mad at them. And so his moment of abreaction happens at the same moment as Apotheosis, where he meets God. And that's actually one of the master strokes of the game Xenogears, is that those two things link up. Like, so you have the fake character arc and the plot arc of meeting God. Those things hit each other right at that moment where he integrates all of his past lives. He integrates his id, ego, and superego, and then he has this moment where he understands God, and it's very Gnostic. But like that, Lacan would say that Graf was destroyed and is merely the shadow of his negative emotions. That Lacan is just. The Graf is just a collection of Lacan's desires. This dark, twisted being and that it's not really the whole person anymore. And that's actually what we see of Graf, right? Like he defends Ellie because he still has a desire for Sophia. So like he saves Ellie on a few occasions, or the one occasion, but also he refuses to kill Ellie when you're in the Goliath fight. He won't attack her. It's the only way you can win the battle unless you're super over leveled, because he won't attack Ellie. So that desire is still there, but that's all Graf is just the desire for power, and he manipulates other people's desire for power. Dost thou want the power?
Right. Those speeches that he gives before, like infusing them with ether or whatever it is he does.
Yeah, it's about desire, right? He's just this congealed mass of desires, of negative, toxic desires.
Yeah, and I think another thing to add to this is, according to Jacques Lacan, desire is also something that can't ever really be fulfilled. It's like a never-ending, like, desire that you can't ever actually satisfy. So he kind of differentiates between need, demand, and desire, right? Like needs are kind of like your basic needs. Your demands are the requests for the need from an other, a concept of the other, as he calls it. And it's sort of like the subtraction between that becomes desire, right? Like the things that can't be satisfied, but which you still want desperately. And in Lacan, from Xenogears' case, the things that he wanted could never be. It's impossible. This unending desire for power, this desire for Sophia, who is dead, who's never coming back, right? Like things that could not be satisfied, this obsessive pursuit of those things leads to kind of this desire that keeps pushing you further and further down a path that leads him into becoming Graf, right?
And the last thing I thought about is that it's interesting, though, that like, Xenogears' villains, one of the things that makes them great is that they're often wrong. Like everything in the Exodus says in Final Fantasy VII or Final Fantasy V is 100% true, and everything that Kefka says is 100% true. And everything that Sephiroth says after he goes to the library is like basically all true. Villains are usually right. They usually have all the exposition right. But the villains in Xenogears are frequently wrong. In fact, almost exclusively wrong. Only Krellian is actually right about things. Everyone else has total misconceptions. And I think that that Lacan's desires, this hate ball of desire that Graf is, also was wrong, that he was never going to be able to achieve his desire, even if he had won. Because like he's in sharing a body with Kan Wong, right? And he can't keep Kan Wong down all the time. And the Kan Wong is, he's basically, the James Bond of Shavat, but he's not the contact. Like what did Graf think he was going to get when he was sharing a body with Id? Like, I don't think that, I think there would have been something bad would have happened, but I don't think Graf could have held that body, because Id was like, "Yo, please, you're number 5 in here, get in line." So like, I think Lacan was doomed, and that's actually poignant though, because his desires were never going to amount to anything.
Right. And that is something really cool about Xenogears, but also something that leads to its confusing nature. I mean, part of the structure of writing a story is being able to deliver clear, accurate exposition about what is happening in the story. And like you're saying, I think villains generally serve that purpose really well, because they monologue about how, proud they are about their plans, and this is what I set out to accomplish, and this is how I did it, and they just kind of give you beat by beat like all the things that were true and that happened. And from just the sort of like meta storytelling or story structuring perspective, like that works as a way of helping the audience understand what's going on. But it's not necessarily true to life, which is that people are flawed and they misunderstand and they don't always know what's going on themselves. And that's true for many of the villains in Xenogears, just as it is for the protagonists. So it's cool that that's true, but it also, it's kind of why after a while on the podcast I stopped like trying to dissect every Gazelle Ministry scene and conversation, because it's like they're being very vague and the translation is bad and they're saying all this stuff, but it's like what they're saying might not even actually be like true. They may be mistaken about this, or they may be trying to work through a problem themselves.
They're totally getting played.
Exactly. So anyways, it's just interesting. Let's see here. Anything else you want to say about that?
No. I think probably if there's any other questions about villains, we'll talk about it.
Sure. All right, we've got one from Golden Vins. Did you ever think that Ellie was going to die at some point? man, I was so sure it would happen, given how you said earlier that many things were used in FF7, how Faye would have to go through a tragedy to become whole and all. I really believed that it would happen. And this was so built up in the game, as well as Citan, the blade given by his wife, that moment when you're forced to play with Faye, Citan, and Ellie in Solaris, and when the lights go out, when Ellie unmasks Citan. Was I the only one living through that expectation? Can't say I'm disappointed, but still, did you think as much when going through the first time? I don't know if I ever expected that Ellie would die like that. But I do think it's interesting and a really solid choice that Ellie doesn't, because of the fact that Ellie was so self-sacrificial in previous incarnations, particularly with Sophia, where she believed this self-sacrifice would be the right thing, that it would be the best thing for the world. But in a way, and this is something that she actually admits when speaking with Faye, I think once they're like at the end of the game where he goes in Xenogears like up towards Deus as it's like exiting the atmosphere and they're all like naked or whatever. I think that she mentions something about how she's had a realization that the self-sacrifice wasn't the right thing to do, because it in a way led to Lacan and Kraulian becoming the villains of Episode 5, from the protagonists of 4 to the villains of Episode 5. And that's not necessarily the best way it's not always the right answer to self-sacrifice in that way. And so I kind of liked the way that she reaches that conclusion. Of course, Faye has a counterpoint to that, and they kind of go back and forth, as this game often does. It philosophizes and doesn't try to preach at you. It would give you interesting things to think about. But I like the fact that Ellie does not die in the story. Well, she technically did, though, in Episode 4. I'm just saying that I guess what I'm saying is I did not have that expectation. I'm glad that they didn't do it. I think that it actually lends to the story that she survives it by the end.
Yeah. I think when I was first playing it, I really didn't. I mean, when I was first playing Xenogears at like age 13, I was just like, I had no idea what was going to happen.
Yeah.
So anything could happen, and I'd be like, oh, of course. But I think that structurally, I did have a sense that Ellie couldn't die, because the thing that holds Xenogears together is the relationship between Ellie and Faye, right? Without that relationship, there's not like a through line in the plot for all that philosophy. Otherwise, it just turns into Serial Experiments Lane, which I found interminable. Full of interesting ideas, but just like, I don't care about this protagonist, and she has no relationships. So that's the problem. So I think I understood that structurally she had to survive at the end. But that was just a sense that I had, not any definite thing.
Well, like the difference, say, between FF7 and Xenogears is that in FF7 you had Tifa afterwards.
Right. And I'm getting in trouble for saying this, but Tifa is the proper relationship for Cloud.
I agree 100%.
Cloud does not deserve Aerith. He is an anchor to her. Tifa and Cloud are equally messed up, and so they deserve each other. I think that's what the end scene between them is about, right? That they're both messed up and they deserve each other, whereas Aerith was too good. Yeah. Cloud didn't deserve her.
Yeah, I really I agree with the fact that, to me, Tifa is and this is the last thing I want to do is start this, I don't even know, the shipping that goes on in the
FF versus Cleafa?
No, stop. Not having that conversation here. I'm not talking about the characters as if they are real people. And I'm talking about for the sake of the story.
Yeah.
As a storytelling plot point, it was important for the development of those characters when Aerith goes, that Tifa and Cloud are able to help each other through their trauma.
Yeah.
And the fact that they can relate because they went through the same traumatic experience. They're survivors of the same event and are messed up because of what happened there and can bond over this.
Which is, I think, beautiful.
Beautiful. Makes complete sense and is perfect for the story. It has nothing to do with the people or whether I like this or that.
Yeah, we don't want to get too far off the Xenogears track here.
No, let's not do that. So, anyways, we can move off of that now.
You get a lot of hate views for this. So
I'm
that's good.
Sure we will. And whatever, they're hiding the dislike button on YouTube.
Yeah, anything that boosts those views up.
I'll never know.
hate views earn just as much money. No, I'm just kidding. Nobody at our level is earning money.
Zarathustra Prime. In the first episode of this series, you had an overview of the development background of the game and how it came to be. It would be fitting if, as a post-mortem to the discussion aftermath of the game's release, or to have a discussion on the aftermath of the game's release, with Takashi leaving Square and the birth of Monolith Soft. So I guess we can do that a little bit. I don't want to take like a tremendous amount of time on this, but it is pretty interesting to see like where he went after that, because he was hoping, obviously, for a sequel to Xenogears. And this was right at the time that the merger between Square and Enix happened. And as I've talked about in other videos, particularly with like Final Fantasy XII's development, this was a turbulent time at Square in its upper management, where there was a push by Yoichi Wada to really like focus on making direct sequels and really, really focusing on the Final Fantasy series in particular. Just like really pushing Final Fantasy. This is our bread and butter. Let's make direct sequels to 10. Let's make direct sequels to 7. We've built assets for this. It makes no sense whatsoever to not reuse them and get something out quick and just make a lot of money that way. Business-wise, a very, very good strategy, right? Hironobu Sakaguchi, who was executive vice president at the time, artistically was against that idea. And so this all came to a head with, obviously, Spirits Within bombing at the box office, him taking responsibility for that by stepping down from his executive role at the company. Wada sort of stepping in and pleasing investors and smoothing over this merger between Square and Enix, because Enix was sort of scared away from it for a while. They were like, "Ooh, this doesn't look good. I don't know if this is a good time for us," kind of a thing. And so Wada kind of had to step in when he became president, smooth over the financials, get the company looking good again, then the merger could go through. But with him in charge, the company became very Final Fantasy focused for a long time. And it was like, this is how we're going to make our money. Kingdom Hearts also became part of that, but Kingdom Hearts in some ways is loosely attached to Final Fantasy itself. So, long story short, Tetsuya Takahashi and some other people, I think Hirohide Sugiura was another creator at Square who were frustrated with the kind of the new direction of the company. They knew, or Takahashi knew, he was not going to get Xenogears 2. So he decided to leave Square because of that and form Monolith Soft, which I think happened in like 1999 or something like that. But they needed funding. They needed particularly a company who could help them with marketing, running campaigns and that sort of thing, which they did not have the bandwidth to do. And so invested or had like a large stock or ownership in Monolith Soft. Namco stepped in to do that. And so this is where they developed Xenosaga. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe Xenosaga was meant from the beginning to be 6 episodes that would span like 10 plus years, which is really, really crazy. It's super ambitious.
Not as crazy as you'd think. There was the Dot Hack series running concurrently, and that was like 5 games over 8.
That's a good point.
Yeah, so it's not like there was no precedent, but it didn't work out that way.
Like it's and there are other examples where you've had series go on like that over like multiple console generations, let's say. But I would not say, let's say Uncharted or something like that. But I don't think that they had a plan from the start. Here are our 4 Uncharted or 5 Uncharted games that we're going to make, and this will be released in this time frame. Usually they kind of take it one game at a time, right? But anyways, Xenosaga was meant to be huge. For a multitude of reasons, that didn't happen, and it ended up being compressed into 3 episodes. And then Namco, I can't remember if... No, this is right. So Monolith was helping development of some other projects, would go outside of Xenosaga and help on other things. I think Baten Kaitos in particular was the game that they had done for Nintendo. It was an exclusive to the GameCube.
And they did Soma Bringer for Game Boy too.
Oh, right. And so it was because of the work that they did on those, Nintendo became interested in buying the what do you call it? What is the freaking word?
Buying out the IP?
No, not the IP.
They bought
Monolith,
they had an exclusive contract.
The ownership of Monolith Soft, but that's not the word I'm looking for. It's the controlling,
stake.
Thank you. The controlling stake in Monolith Soft.
It's been a long day, folks.
I know.
Don't get old.
It's been a long freaking 4 months. So Nintendo bought controlling stake from Namco in Monolith Soft, and this is where they started working on the Xenoblade series, and that's kind of what they've been doing ever since. They've also lended help on Breath of the Wild and some other first-party Nintendo stuff. But
I just picture that first meeting between Takahashi and the Nintendo executives just being like, Takahashi just going on. So I'm going to go back to Gnosticism, and what Nintendo contacts like, I don't know what that means, but you're going to add waifus, lots of waifus, and that's Xenoblade.
It became more and more that way over time. Because I mean, I don't know how much is like the first Xenoblade you've played or whatever, but certainly by the time we get to Xenoblade 2, that seems to be the point of emphasis for selling the game, right? But anyways, that's more or less kind of like the Takahashi and Monolith Soft's like history after Xenogears. Xenosaga they struggled on that project, but Xenoblade has kind of been the breakthrough success, and that's kind of where they're focused now.
Can be sort of successful indefinitely. I will say that, I think in terms of the state of the industry, Xenogears had some impact. I think Xenogears sort of broke ground in these long JRPGs, and then Nihon Falcom ran with that. The Trail series. I think the Trail series is probably the most stylistically similar of anybody who's not Tetsuya Takahashi working to his style, like long cutscenes, lots of cutscenes. They're unbearably boring, I think, most of the time. They have nothing to say, but they just definitely did imitate that style and have hundreds of thousands of words in their script. And it's like, if you like that kind of game, then there is someone making them.
Yeah.
So I think Xenogears did break a little ground that way.
Yeah, it's true. Okay. Let's see, this one's from the Capitaine. The whole hidden true subconscious self thing discussed near the end of the episode comes across as another FF7 parallel that may have been the product of overlapping ideas, especially given that Xenogears started its development as FF7 or as a proposed FF7. The key difference is that Phase is suppressed, whereas Cloud's true persona is actively trying to push himself to open his eyes and remember things right through the voice in his head. I guess that's not as much a question as it is just an interesting parallel maybe to discuss a little bit.
I mean, Kato worked on both games, right? And Kato wrote the live stream scene, so it's like,
I believe he did, yeah.
So it's all right there. I mean, man, he's an artist doing his thing, and he did a great job. That's his real strength right there. It's like digging into just a meaty sandwich of trauma. That's that's the good Kato stuff right there.
Yeah, and it's not even just Kato. I believe that Tetsuya Nomura very early on in Xenogears development was assigned to that project, and so would have been really closely involved with it. But then got moved over to be the character artist, but also working on the story with Sakaguchi on Final Fantasy VII. And so I'm sure a lot of things got carried over between Tetsuya Nomura initially working here and then coming to here, but on Kato working between the two as well. So, there's definitely a lot of parallels between Final Fantasy VII and Xenogears. I believe if it's not episode 20, then it was probably episode 19. Case and I talked about a little bit about theosis, right? And the idea of becoming one with God, and the way that that's done in Xenogears versus the way it's done with Genova and the reunion theory in Final Fantasy VII. There's a lot of little parallels between the two games that were worked on simultaneously, side by side, and had developers crossing over between them. So
writers steal things all the time. I'm a professional writer. I steal things, good ideas from other people, just constantly.
Have you seen the? It was a really popular little indie documentary web series, probably about 10 years ago, called "Everything Is a Remix."
No, I haven't.
Oh, it's wonderful. I'll send it to you. Everybody should watch it. He points at that he points at everybody knows this to a certain extent, right? Like, artists are constantly borrowing, stealing from each other all the time. But the extent to which it's happening is really mind-blowing. It's just like literally all the time. So you kind of expect it. I'm sure you're already planning this, but would love if you quickly touched on Perfect Works and what it added to your experience and understanding. I recall Mike saying that's what got him thinking deeper about the game's narrative, and I'm hoping the discussion will give me motivation to finally dive into it as well. I know there's... It is. I try, like, in preparation for when we sat down together last week with the Retrograde Amnesia guys, I read through it before then, and I got through maybe the first half, and I started to just say, don't care, don't care, don't care. I was just like flipping through the pages like, do not care about this. Because it really goes into a lot of things that are, at least for me, just like superfluous world building stuff. Like, what is the governmental structure of like Kislev and Ave, and
like that dynastic politics of episode 4, like who's trying to kill who, like people trying to kill Sophia and like emperors we never even hear of, and it's like, I guess they wanted to make that game or something, so that would have been relevant then.
Because that's kind of where one relevant piece that is cool to read about comes in, and that is that Krelian was sent to assassinate Sophia. But he was sent by I can't remember, the emperor or the king of Nimrod or something like that.
Right, which never even makes it onto the screen at all in Xenogears.
Never, right. So there's a lot of that kind of thing, I feel, in the back half of Xenogears Perfect Works. There's a whole section at the end that's just about the science, like all the science of Xenogears, and just explaining it. It's the first half of the book, to me. It's a lot of the timeline stuff that they explain that to me really adds to Xenogears, or to an understanding of Xenogears. Just trying to like make sense of like how we got from here to here and all the things that happen in between, and just adding anecdotes that like, okay, like that solidifies what's going on there. I get the idea now. So yeah, I would for sure recommend reading like the first half of Xenogears Perfect Works if you're looking to just, like, if you really loved Xenogears playing it and you just wanted to like keep exploring it and learn more about it. I do know that there are some people in my comments section who believe that Xenogears Perfect Works either retcons the story in ways that they don't necessarily agree with, or that is conflicting with the text in the game, or that it's not really necessary. Like, I don't know if I would agree with that, because it's not like something like the Ultimania guides for Final Fantasy, which were written like years after the game was released, and some of the original creators were not necessarily involved in putting together those guidebooks. I'm not saying that they didn't have any say, but like some of them had already left Square, I think, by the time that those Ultimania guidebooks were coming out. So there might be like conflicts between the Ultimania and the original text of the Final Fantasy games that I might go, I don't know if that was the intention. But if I'm not mistaken, Tetsuya Takahashi was pretty involved in the Perfect Works guidebook, was he not?
Yeah, I mean, Perfect Works looks to me like they took their production notes and cobbled them together at the end. Like, they were like, here's our gigantic plan that we've made since we got married in like 1991 or whatever it was. And, we've spent, like, it's kind of cute to imagine them just going home and working on Xenogears at night, right? Like, that's just adorable. But they just have all these production notes, and like when they tell stories about like when Sakaguchi walked in, or I don't remember if it was Sakaguchi, but a producer walked in after Xenogears got approved, walked into Takahashi's office and saw him with like all these Gundams on his desk, and he was like, wow, this guy's been preparing for this for a long time. And Takahashi is nothing if not a planner. So I think they just cobbled together their production notes and edited it a little bit. Because like if you look at like especially like the Zaboim era timeline stuff, like there's a lot of repeats. So like there's a lot of different like timelines. They probably had like a bunch of post-it notes. They had like 3 different versions of the same timeline to like make them harmonious. And then probably Soraya Saga wrote one timeline and Takahashi wrote the other timeline, and they just matched them up to make sure they still work together. And then you see both of them in Perfect Works. So it's like gets really repetitive and adds a lot of detail that was important for them. Like, I understand why adding all the detail about the Zeboim era and Kim and Ellie's life made that one scene in the flashback in Zeboim to the New Year's celebration, made that scene possible and made the whole relationship and everything in the dynamics possible. And it was beautiful. But that's like the ducks, or the legs of a swan paddling under the water. You just see the graceful swan on the surface. You don't see the legs paddling like mad. And you don't need to. Right, you just need to see the beautiful swan.
Yes, exactly.
So I'm glad they did it. I'm glad I saw it as a person who makes games. Like I can see their process. Like, oh, I should do this for my games, and I do. I always have. So I was like, okay, so this is how they make games. I will make games that way too, and it's really helpful as a person who produces games. But as a person who's trying to understand Xenogears just as a work of art, who you don't want to make one, I don't think it's super helpful all the way. But it's a good browse. It's free. It's a free PDF. It's a good browse.
I think just the last thing I'll say on this, just as an example, like the only thing that I know of or that I've really looked at that's like it's not even really a big deal though, but that is a contradiction between what the text in the game says and what Perfect Works says is regarding the Zohar itself, that the Zohar was created according to the way of existence in the game's text, but it was discovered and was like from the birth of the universe kind of a thing, right? They call it what? The MAM? Which is like
magnetically anomalous matter.
Yeah, like it's like an element that is not like in the Earth, so it came from outside of Earth, and they carbon dated or whatever back to like the genesis of the universe or something like that. So it's very much more now inspired by 2001: A Space Odyssey, according to the Perfect Works version of describing what it is. So there are some things like that, but the way that I look at that is not so much as an oversight or contradiction, as much as it is Takahashi wanting to continue working on the story post the game's release and saying like, oh, I like this idea better or something like that. And according to some people I've talked to, on my Discord, they may like the version in the text better than in the Perfect Works, right? And maybe you can draw a parallel there with some of the changes made by George Lucas to the Star Wars trilogy as he made the prequel trilogy later, and saying like, oh, it was better before he started like explaining it all, right? Or trying to like add to it or whatever, whether it's midichlorians and the Force or whatever it might be. Anakin being a virgin birth, like things like that some people were like, come on, like this ruins the mystique of Darth Vader. So maybe people would look at some of the things in Perfect Works like that. I personally don't. I think that for the most part it enhances my reading of Xenogears and helps a lot. And I don't see any clear contradictions in it that to me are important enough to what I value in the story, which is figuring out its core themes, right? Some of like the world building details, or is Ellie really the daughter of Medina or not, or it was the Zohar discovered or created, are not important to me. What's important to me is the becoming whole thematic core of Xenogears, and I think that understanding the plot and how it builds towards that is helpful.
One little thing I want to say about what you said is whether Zohar was created or discovered. Of course, it could be both. They could discover it and then add machines to it. They call it the Zohar modifier.
Build on top of it.
They
to create a
new
new
machine.
Engine.
Yeah, they did build around it, right? So you don't like with Atom Bomb, you're not building uranium.
Sure.
But I think probably what happened too is because I think a lot of what's in Perfect Works was from before they made the game to help them make the game. A lot of times when I'm writing scenes, like a client and I will agree to an outline, and I'll send them an outline. I'll get it back with notes, and then I'll start writing a scene based on that. And while I'm writing the scene, I get a new idea, which this always happens. You should always outline, but you always will get new ideas in scenes. And then I'll send back the scene to the client, and they'll be like, "Where does this come from? This is not in the outline." I'm like, "Yes, all right. It's just a small little thing, but I thought